Yo. Hi, everybody. Sorry about the delay. Um, what's up? Yo. I'm chilling. Got my book out. Reading my book. Have a good night. What books are you reading? Hi, thank you. You're reading. You're reading The Wizard of Oz. What's up, everybody? Look what book I got. Not that one. I got a book right here. Hold on. Let's go. A lot of people ask, what is your favorite verse? Here's my favorite verse. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Cool. What's up? What's up? Hmm. Why are you nervous about tomorrow? Oh, you got orientation? Cool. Happy birthday. Yeah, it's a good day. Good night, Laney. Who's back to school tomorrow? From America. Have a good night. Nice to see you guys. Said hello. Nice to meet you, bro. Yeah. Yeah, I'm from USA. Hey, Steph. Um, no, this is practical guide, step by step, how to move beyond the limits of the known and into the extraordinary new life. Shout out to everybody. What's up, Steph? Great seeing you. I got a board for you. I got a board for you. I'm gonna make W Steph. So in this book, where I got so far, there's a lady, her husband jumps off a building, and the police give her the news. That's where I'm at. I don't know what happens next. Some guy jumped off the tallest building, and now she's shocked, stressed, in survival mode. Dang. But yeah, it's intense. So it's probably going to get into how this woman can kind of like go through how stress hormones take over from a scientific standpoint. Living in stress is living in survival. When we perceive a stressful circumstance that threatens us in some way, one for which we cannot predict or control the outcome, a primitive nervous system called the sympathetic nervous system turns on, and the body mobilizes an enormous amount of energy in response to the stressor. Psychologically, the body is automatically tapping into the resources it will need to deal with the current danger. The pupils dilate so we can see better. The heart rate and respiratory rate increase so we can run, fight, or hide. More glucose is required is released into the bloodstream to make more energy available for our cells. Our blood flow is shunted to the extremities and away from our internal organs so we can move quickly if we need to. The immune system initially dials up and then dials down as adrenaline and cortisol flood the muscles, providing a rush of energy or to either escape or fend off the stressor. Circulation moves out of the rational forebrain and is instead relayed into our hind brain. So we have less capacity to think creatively and instead rely more on our instinct to instantly react. Did you guys get anything out of that? So, interesting. So how stress hormones take over in stressful situations, like bad news. And in her case, the stressful news of her husband's death threw her brain and body into just such a state of survival. No, in truth, no organism in nature can endure living in emergency mode for extended periods of time. So it says the stressful news of her husband's death put her in survival state. In short term, all organisms can tolerate adverse conditions by fighting, hiding, or fleeing from an impending stressor. All of us are built for dealing with short term bursts of stress. When the event is over, the body returns to balance within hours, increasing its energy levels and restoring its vital resources. But when the stress doesn't end within hours, the body never returns to balance. No organism in nature can endure living in emergency mode for extended periods of time. Hey, hey, hey. Because of our large brains, human beings are capable of thinking about their problems, reliving past events, or even forecasting future worst case scenarios and turning on the cascade of stress chemicals by thought alone. We can knock our brains and bodies out of normal psychology just by thinking about an all too familiar past or trying to control an unpredictable future. We remember events better when we remember how they feel. Like, yeah, I it's interesting. When we notice a significant change inside of us, the brain pays attention to whoever or whatever is causing the change outside of us, and it takes a snapshot of the outer experience. That's called a memory. The memory of an event can become branded neurologically in the brain, and the scene becomes frozen in time in our gray matter. The combination of various people or objects at a particular time and place from the stressful experience is etched into our neural architecture and holographic image. That's how we create a long term memory. Therefore, the experience becomes imprinted in the neural circuitry, and the emotion is stored in the body, and that's how our past becomes our biology. Oh. Therefore, the experience becomes imprinted in our neural circuitry, and the emotion is stored in the body. In other words, when we experience a traumatic event, we tend to think neurologically within the circuitry of that experience, and we tend to feel chemically within the boundaries of the emotion from the event. So our entire state of being, how we think and feel, becomes stuck in the past, biologically stuck in the past. As you can imagine, hey, 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 good stuff. I recommend pick up a book. You can find some books at the library for free, or you can buy a book and on the cell phone. Just go to the bookstore and pick up a book. I think it's very good for the brain, and um, it'll other areas day to day. Just to read, have focus, and gain a understanding of what you're looking at with words. That will probably help anybody. How we think, how we act, and how we feel is our personality. Hey, thanks for the 12. Thanks for the $67 and the 45. I see you. I know somebody's thinking, man, can you wipe your shirt off, bro? No. Hello, hello. Bruh. Okay, so we're here's where we're at in this book. A lady, had her husband jumped off a building, and then she got the bad news. And 9 months later, she, because she could not get over the bad news, she kept reliving that event in her head, and it kept releasing bad chemicals that stressed her out. So 9 months later, in 2008, she woke up paralyzed from the waist down. And, they're acting like this is as a result of a will. Within hours, she was lying in a hospital bed, a wheelchair beside her, diagnosed with neuritis, inflammation of the peripheral nervous system. After several tests, the doctors couldn't find any structure. Her immune system was, they told her must have been an autoimmune condition. Her immune system was attacking the nervous system in the lower spine, breaking down the protective layer and coats that nerves, causing paralysis. In both of her legs. She could not hold her urine, had difficulty controlling her bowels, and had no feeling or motor control in her legs. So, when the fight or flight nervous system is switched on and stays on because of chronic stress, the body utilizes all of its energy and all of its energy reserves to deal with the constant threat it perceives from the outer environment. Therefore, the body has no energy left in its inner environment for growth and repair, compromising the immune system. So, because of her repeated inner conflict, her immune system was attacking her body. She had finally physically manifested the pain and suffering she'd emotionally experienced in her mind. In short, she could not move her body because she wasn't moving forward in her life. She was stuck in her past. For the next 6 weeks, told the doctor, treating her with huge doses of intravenous dexamethasone and other corticosteroids to reduce inflammation. Because of the added stress and the types of drugs she was taking, which can further weaken the system, also developed an aggressive bacterial infection for which her doctors gave her huge doses of antibiotics. After 2 months, she was released from the hospital and used a walker and crutches to get around. She could not feel her leg, found standing very difficult, couldn't walk properly. She had to hold her bowels a bit better. She couldn't control her urine. As you can imagine, the new situation was adding to Anna's already high stress levels. She had lost her husband. She could not work very much to support herself and her children. She was in a serious financial crisis, and she had been living in a hospital, paralyzed for more than 2 months. Her mother had to move in to help. Was an emotional, mental, and physical wreck. Although she had the best doctors and the latest medications from a reputable hospital, she was not getting any better. By 2009, 2 years later, after the death of her husband, she was diagnosed with clinical depression. So she started taking even more medication. Consequently, Anna mood swings widely from anger to grief to pain to suffering to hopelessness to frustration to fear to hatred. Because these emotions influenced her actions, her behavior became somewhat irrational. At first, she thought with almost everybody around her except her children, but then she started to have conflicts with her youngest daughter. So essentially, I think where this gets, I don't know if anybody's listening. So, hey, thanks Vegas lady. Thanks a lot. So, there's a woman, her husband died, now she's stressed. She keeps thinking about it. without moving forward, and now she's paralyzed. But I think later in this book, as we go on, it turns out that she was able to reverse her paralysis, and she was able to walk again because her mind, she changed her thoughts. So like rewired her brain, and it was able to make her go from, not walking to walking. Nice. Um, Great. Have a good night. Thank you for hanging out. Pick up a book. Have fun. I like to read self improvement books, and that's kind of what this is like. She improved her thoughts, and she was able to walk again and do more than she thought. You know, she she thought there was nothing she could do, so it made her in bad shape. But then she eventually, I think, as I continue on, it's gonna tell me how she changed her thoughts, and it allowed her to have better results with recovery. So maybe saying things like I am walking, I'm recovered. But Dr. Joe Dispenza is an international lecturer, research, corporate consultant, educator who's been invited to speak in more than 33 countries, is driven by the conviction that each of us has the potential for greatness and unlimited abilities. In his easy to understand, encouraging, and compassionate style, he has educated thousands of people, detailing how they can rewire their brains and recondition their bodies to make lasting changes. So, rewiring your brain to make lasting changes. His other books are You the Placebo, Making Your Mind Matter, as well as Breaking the Habit of Being Yourself and Evolve Your Brain. So, cool. Breaking the Habit of Being Yourself, similar. Hey, I didn't get that far. I don't know if that's how this ends up. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure I'm pretty sure she started walking again. But I gotta read. In the meantime, many more physical problems started showing up, and Anna's journey became even more painful. The mucous membranes in her mouth started to develop large ulcerations that spread into her upper esophagus, and the rest of other autoimmune disease called erosive lichen planus. To treat it, she had to use corticosteroid ointments in her mouth in addition to more pills. These are new medications caused Anna's saliva production to stop. She couldn't eat solid foods. She lost her appetite. She was living in all three types of stress: physical, chemical, and emotional at the same time. In 2010, found herself in dysfunctional relationship with a man who traumatized her and her children with verbal abuse, power games, and constant threats. She lost all her money, her job, and her feeling of safety. When she lost her house, she had to move in with her abusive boyfriend. Stress levels continued climbing. Her ulcerations started to spread, and other mucous membranes, including her vagina, her anus, and further down her esophagus. Her immune system had totally collapsed, and now she was experiencing several different skin conditions, food allergies, and weight problems. She started having problems swallowing and developed heartburn, in which the doctors prescribed more medications. Started a small psychotherapy practice at home in October. She could only handle seeing clients for 2 sessions a day in the morning. After her children went to school 3 days a week in the afternoon, she was so tired and sick she would lay in bed and till her children returned from school. Tried there and she tried to be there as much as possible, had no energy, and didn't feel well enough to leave the house. Hardly saw anyone, had no social life. All the circumstances in her body and her life constantly reminded her of how bad things were. Automatically reacted to everyone and everything. Her thinking was chaotic. She could not concentrate. She had no vitality or energy to live anymore. Often, when she exerted herself, her heart rate exceeded 200 beats per minute. She found herself sweating and gasping for air all the time, and she felt an enormous pain in her chest on a regular basis. Was passing through the darkest night of the soul. Suddenly, she understood why her husband had taken his life. She wasn't sure she could go anymore and started thinking of herself. She thought, it can't get any worse than this. And then it did. In January 2011, Anna's medical team found a tumor near the entrance of her stomach and diagnosed her with esophageal cancer. Of course, the news severely increased Anna's stress levels. The doctor suggested a rigorous course of chemotherapy. No one asked her about emotional and mental stress. They only treated the physical symptoms. But Anna's stress response was truly turned on and couldn't turn off. It's amazing how this can happen to so many people because of a shock or trauma in their lives. They never get beyond those corresponding emotions, and their health and lives break down. If an addiction to is something if an addiction is something that you think you can't stop, then objectively it looks as though people like Anna become addicted to the very emotions of stress that are making them sick. The rush of adrenaline and the rest of the stress hormones around their brain and their body, providing a rush of energy. In time, they become addicted to the rush of that chemistry, and then they use the people and conditions in their lives to reaffirm their addiction to, um, geez, reaffirm their, oh man. I've, I've already read so much. This wasn't supposed to be like a read out loud, but the book's about how common people are doing the uncommon. So technically, there's some like it is about the brain. Like it's a student moving into gamma brain waves from the breath. I think gamma brain waves are interesting. What is gamma brain waves? I've heard of that before. What is gamma brain waves? I'm reading Becoming Supernatural.
Let me check real quick. Gamma brain waves are the fastest brain waves measured, around 30 to 100 hertz. They're linked with things like attention, working memory, and sensory processing. Uh, some authors, like Joe Dispenza, associate them with profound meditation or even big life changes. But those stronger claims aren't solidly backed by mainstream science yet. So, real brain rhythm, real correlations, but not miracle guarantees.
Great. Can you give an example of how to utilize gamma brain waves?
Sure. One practical way to encourage gamma activity is through focused attention meditation. For instance, sit still, bring all attention to one thing like your breath or a candle flame. When the mind wanders, gently bring it back. repeatedly. So, that sustained focus is what some studies link with greater gamma synchrony. That said, think of it as training attention rather than switching on a specific wave, because we can't directly control those frequencies.
So training attention. Interesting. How about another exercise?
Another option is intense mental math or pattern recognition tasks, like doing puzzles or memorizing short sequences, while maintaining a calm state. Some EEG research suggests gamma shows up when attention is high and processing is tight. But again, it's more about practicing focus and less about forcing gamma itself.
Great. Okay, alright. Learn something new every day. Um, yeah, it has all this as well. I don't know. These are the chakras, but it talks about meditation. Theta brainwaves. Look at the thin vertical blue lines in the strip. Follow them down to the bottom. You'll see how they represent 1 second intervals. Synchronized coherent theta brain waves. Coherence versus incoherence. From the book, there is the woman, Anna, her husband died in Becoming Supernatural. Tell me that story.
Checking now. Okay, yeah, in Becoming Supernatural, Joe Dispenza tells the story of Anna, a psychotherapist whose husband died suddenly. After that, she experienced serious health problems, chronic stress, partial paralysis, ulcers, infections, depression, and eventually cancer. Dispenza says she kept replaying the trauma, which he argues locked her body into chronic stress. He describes her turning point as beginning his meditation practices, changing how she thought and felt day to day. He presents her recovery as an example of becoming supernatural. Though, to be clear, the book's health claims go beyond mainstream scientific evidence, and meditation benefits are usually understood as stress reduction, not guaranteed cures.
How did he practice with her?
He described guiding her through his meditation method. So focus on breaking old thought loops, rehearsing new emotional states, daily practice to install different responses to stress and the past. He frames that shift as psychological and physical. But again, the stronger medical claims aren't well supported.
Let's do a quick exercise.
Sure. Sit comfortably, breathe normally, and pick one simple object in the room. Tell me when you've chosen.
Yes.
Great. Now just look at it for 10 seconds. Notice tiny details like color, shape, edges. Don't judge it. You ready?
Yes.
All right. Keep breathing while you look.
Okay.
Good. Now close your eyes and imagine that object for 5 seconds. If your mind wanders, just bring it back.
Now what?
Switch back. Take one slow, easy breath in and out. Tell me one detail you noticed that you'd never seen.
Dang, I reached the limit. You too. Have a good night. Thank you. I'm trying. I'm trying to float. No, I'm just joking. Wait 1 second. Hi, everybody. Sorry, y'all. Chilling. Have a good night. Gotta go to the bathroom. So, so she was starting chemotherapy after her first session. She had an emotional and mental breakdown. One afternoon, her kids went to school. She collapsed on the floor crying. She finally reached the bottom. And then it said the choice to change became Anna's quest. She decided to stop all the treatments and all medications for her various physical illnesses, although she continued to take her antidepressants. She didn't tell the doctors or nurses that she was not coming back for treatment. She simply did not show up anymore. No one ever called her to ask why, only her family doctor contacted to express concern. On that cold winter day in February 2011, when Anna was on the floor crying for help, she made a choice with a firm intention to change herself and her life, and that amplitude of that decision carried a level of energy that caused her body to respond to her mind. It was that decision to change that gave her the strength to rent a house for herself and her children and move away from negative relationships she was in. She was in a. It was as if that moment redefined her. She knew she had to start all over. When I first saw, it was 1 month later. One of her few friends she had reserved a seat at a Friday evening talk that I was giving. Her friend made and offer if she liked the evening lecture, she could stay a full 2 day weekend workshop. Agreed to go. The first time she saw her, she was sitting in a packed conference room on the left side of the outer aisle, her crutches leaning against the wall near where she sat. As usual, I was carrying out the night about how our thoughts and feelings affect our bodies and our lives. I lectured about how stress chemicals can create disease. I touched on neuroplasticity, psychoneuroimmunology, psychoneural immunology, psychoneuroimmunology, epigenetics, neuroendocrinology, and even quantum physics. I will go into more details on these later, but for now it's enough to know the latest research in the branches of science point to the power of possibility. That night, filled with inspiration, Anna thought, if I created the life I have now, including my paralyzed, my depression, my weakened immune system, my ulcerations, and even my cancer, maybe I can uncreate everything with the same passion I created it with. And with that potent new understanding, Anna decided to heal herself. Immediately after her first weekend workshop, she started meditating twice a day. Of course, sitting and doing the meditations was difficult at the beginning. She had a lot of doubt to overcome, and some days she did not feel mentally, physically well. But she did her meditations anyways. She also had a lot of fear when her family doctor called up. She, because she stopped her treatments and medications, he told Anna that she was being naive and stupid and that she would get worse and die soon. Imagine the memory of an authority figure telling you that. Even so, Anna did her meditations every day and began to move beyond her fears. She was often consumed with financial burdens, her children's needs, various physical limitations, yet she never used those conditions as an excuse to not do her inner work. She even attended 4 more of my workshops during that year. By going within and changing her unconscious thoughts, automatic habits, and reflex emotional states, which had become hardwired in her brain and emotionally conditioned in her body, Anna was now more committed to believing in a new future than believing in her same familiar past. She used her meditations, combining a clear intention with an elevated emotion, to change her life from being biologically living the same past to living a new future. Meditating every day, Anna was unwilling to get up from her meditations as the same person who sat down. She decided that she wouldn't finish until her whole state of being was in love with life. That's what I'm talking about. To the materialist who defines reality with the sense, of course, Anna had no tangible reason to be in love with life. She was a depressed, widowed, single parent who was in financial debt and had no real job. She had cancer and suffered from paralysis and ulcerations in her mucous membranes. She was in a poor living situation and no partner or significant other, no energy to tend her children. But in the meditations, Anna learned that she could teach her body emotionally what her future would feel like ahead of the actual experience. Her body was as the unconscious mind did not know the difference between the real event and the one she was imagining and emotionally embracing. She also knew through her understanding of epigenetics that the elevated emotions of life, joy, gratitude, inspiration compassion, and freedom could signal new genes to make healthy proteins affecting her body's structure and function. She fully understood that if the stress chemicals that had been coursing through her body had been turned on unhealthy genes, then by fully embracing those elevated emotions with a passion greater than the stressful emotions, she could turn on new genes and change her health. For a year, her health didn't change very much, but she kept doing her meditations. In fact, she did all the meditations I had designed for students, and she knew it had taken several years to create her current health conditions, and so it would take some time to recreate something new. So she kept doing the work, striving to become so conscious of her unconscious thoughts, behaviors, and emotions that she would not let anything she did not want to experience slip by her awareness. After that first year, Anna noticed that she was slowly starting to get better mentally and emotionally. Anna was breaking the habit of being herself, inventing a whole new self instead. Knew from attending my workshops that she had moved her autonomic nervous system back into balance because the ANS controls all the automatic functions that happen between the brain's conscious awareness, digestion, absorption, blood sugar levels, blood temperature, hormonal secretions, heart rate, and so on. The only way she could slip into the operating system and affect the ANS was to change her inner state on a regular basis. So changing on the inside, having um, the best thoughts you can, like having the best thoughts you can, and then going further beyond. Start with good, end with great. Amazing, awesome. So first, Anna began each meditation with the blessing of the energy centers. These specific areas of the body are under the control of the ANS. As I mentioned in the introduction, each center has its own energy or frequency, which emits specific information or has its own consciousness, its own glands, its own hormones, its own chemistry, its own individual little mini brain, and therefore its own mind. Each center is influenced by the subconscious brain sitting under our conscious thinking brain. Anna learned how to change her brain waves so she could enter the operating system of the ANS located in the midbrain and reprogram each center to work in a more harmonious manner. Every day, with focus and passion, she rested her attention in each area of her body as well as the space around each center, blessing it for greater health and the greater good. Slowly but surely, she began to influence her health by reprogramming her autonomic nervous system back to balance. Autonomic autonomic nervous system. Anna also learned a specific breathing technique I teach in our work to liberate all the emotional energy that is stored in our body when we keep thinking and feeling the same way. By constantly thinking the same thoughts, Anna had been creating the same feelings, and then by feeling those similar emotions, she would think more of the same corresponding thoughts. She learned that the emotions of the past were stored in her body, but she could use this breathing technique to liberate that stored energy and free herself from her past. So every day, with the level of intensity that was greater than her addiction to past emotions, she practiced the brain to she practiced the breath and got better and better at doing it. After she learned to move that stored energy in her body, she learned how to recondition her body to a new mind by embracing the heart centered emotions of her future before her future unfolded. Okay, so like, okay, since Anna also studied the model of epigenetics I teach you in our workshops and lectures, she learned that genes don't create disease. Instead, the environment signals the genes to create disease. Anna understood that if her emotions were the chemical consequences of experiences in her environment, and if she lived every day by the same emotions from her past, she was selecting the she was selecting and instructing the same genes that might be causing her poor health conditions. If she could instead embody the emotions of her future life by embracing those emotions before the experience actually happened, she could change her genetic expression and actually change her body and be biologically aligned with her new future. Anna did an additional meditation that involved resting her attention in the center of her chest, activating the ANS with those elevated states to create and maintain a very efficient type of heart rate we call a coherent heart rate, which I will explain in detail in this book, for extended periods of time. She learned that when she felt resentment, impatience, frustration, anger, and hatred, those states induced the stress response and caused the heart to beat incoherently and out of order. Anna learned in my workshops that once she could sustain this new heart centered state, she just as she had gotten used to feeling all those negative emotions on a regular basis, in time she could feel those new emotions more powerful, more fully and deeply. Of course, it took quite a bit of effort to trade anger, fear, depression, and resentment for joy, love, gratitude, and freedom, but Anna never gave up, and she knew that those elevated emotions would release more than 1,000 different chemicals that would repair and restore her body, so she went for it. And then she practiced a walking meditation I designed in which she walked as her new self every day. Instead of sitting down and meditating with her eyes closed, she started these meditations standing up with her eyes closed. While standing, she got into the meditative state, and then she would change her state of being. And while still in that state, she opened her eyes, staying in the meditative state, and walked as her future self. By doing so, she embodied a new habit of thinking, acting, and feeling on a regular basis. What she was creating would soon become her new personality. She never wanted to go unconscious again and return to her old self. Because of all this work, she Anna could see that her thoughts patterns had changed. She was no longer firing the same circuits in her brain in the same way, so those circuits stopped wiring together and started pruning apart. As a result, she stopped thinking the same old ways. Emotionally, she began to feel glimpses of gratitude and pleasure for the first time in years. In her meditation, she was conquering the same aspects of her body and her mind every day. Anna calmed down and became much less addicted to the emotions derived from stress hormones. She even started to feel love again and kept going, overcoming, and overcoming every day on her way to becoming someone else. Sweet. Anna grabs hold of possibility. Finally. What's up, everybody? Yeah. I know this is so intense. This is so intense. Um. So, hold on. Give me a second. I need to go to the bathroom. Yeah. Have a good night. Thank you so much for tuning in and checking out the whatever that was. The the um the whole point of that is basically um good thoughts, like good thoughts, good hopes, and all that is very important. So like maybe like good attitude, everything, those consistencies are very important. So be consistently expecting good results, consistently thinking good is going to give you a just it's going to give you a greater chance to accomplish good things. So you never give up, no matter like what. You never give up, and just get greater thoughts. Like try to have better thoughts, and it's easy. It is easy, and that's how you can start by saying it's easy. It's easy to have good thoughts. So I think oftentimes people they're not aware that their language is not good for everybody. So um, like the average person just like the way the average person has a conversation and talks to people is not really good for the majority of people. Um, a lot of people are like have limiting beliefs and you name it. I mean, you'll start to see like, wow, there are a lot of people that kind of slip under like slip under the radar of just something as important as having good thoughts. And just one little good one and grow and grow and grow. What would it mean to become supernatural? What if you could train your brain to tune into frequencies beyond our material world? Change your brain's circuitry and chemistry to access transcendent levels of awareness and transform your very biology to enable profound healing. This is one of the abilities Dr. Joe Dispenza offers in this revolutionary book, a set of tools that allow ordinary people to reach extraordinary states of being. What's up? Sorry. What's up, everybody? Alright. You're not gonna like this, but I'm gonna be right back. There's only a couple people here. So if you're listening, I don't know who's listening, but don't waste your time. I'm gonna be back later. Maybe I should end the video. Nah, I'll be back though. Hey, good morning. Have a great day. Sorry, I'll be back. Not many people watch my channel anymore, so I kind of just chill. Hi. So I'm in and out. Not too many people here, so I'm not wasting my time. Don't waste your time either. That's all that matters. Just understand that it's gonna take a couple weeks. We'll be alright though. Don't waste your time. I'm not trying to waste mine either. Be right back. Like 20 minutes. Salad. Salad. How's your day today? I'm good. It's just me and you. It's just us seven. Yeah, I like bread. Wait. Fried chicken. Hi. Thanks. Have a good one. Sup, sup. Um, bread. Good night. What time did you wake up? 2 o'clock. I was right. Hey, what's up?
Ideas will be explored. What we are sharing is not meant to be taken as definitive truth. We're not claiming this is entirely made up of facts. Rather, we are attempting to explore a deeper, perhaps darker, area of human consciousness and see the bigger picture
Yo,
behind
yo.
everything we
Thank you,
see.
Jarrell.
Please have your own experience, do your own research, and don't be afraid to go deeper down the rabbit hole. For the truth is often stranger than fiction. There's no denying that the collective
Guys,
human
going great.
consciousness is in quite of a pickle today. It is chaotic and overtaking itself and all of nature. Because of the internet, we have nearly real-time access to information, and yet most people are only seeing a particular slice of the story. For example, the algorithms behind what you find when you use Google, Facebook, YouTube, and almost every other social network are designed to show you what you're already looking for, or what the computer code thinks you
How
want to
are you?
see based on other people's behavior.
Can you?
Unless you're actively
You
searching for
can't
more
hear that,
information
can you?
to find something
I'm
authentic,
watching a video.
follow
Can you
someone
hear
who
it?
is creating content that is going down rabbit holes and sharing what they find, what you get is generally what you're already accustomed to seeing. You only see what you want to see. Further, due to the controversial nature of many ideas, especially those labeled as conspiracy theories, many ideas are not explored by the masses because when they hear about it, they see that these ideas are ridiculed and they write them off as nonsense or dangerous extremism. Following the herd mentality makes it easier to dismiss exploring new ideas, so people can easily go along with their lives. This is critical because the ability to change one's belief
Okay.
changes your experience of life, and most people are happy just letting things be as they are. A minority of
You
people
like to read
hold this
books?
entire truth at all costs.
I was reading a
Certainly,
book.
most of us know that sometimes it can be very hard to empathize with those who choose comfort over following their passions. As the saying goes, you can take a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. And trying to convince others to think differently only leads to distress on everyone's part. As many ancient texts will suggest, this is not how true wisdom is passed on. This creates a sort of self-created deception and distraction from the bigger picture, which is rarely explored. If you're already familiar with spirit science, we've talked before about how everything is connected. This was even a fundamental part of my own awakening, where I had a transcendent experience that all things were one, unified and stemming from and linking to a singular greater whole. Yet today, and the struggle of human consciousness, is that most people are not seeing it, simply not looking, or not even wanting to look. In modern science today, there are many scientists searching for an all-pervading theory of everything, something that unifies quantum mechanics and the theories of
Thanks
relativity.
for
And
asking.
so
How are
today,
you?
we respectfully present to you the conspiracy theory of everything.
I'm
I
good.
invite you to watch this with the intention of self-reflection, for as is the nature of consciousness itself, pointing the finger and blaming others only creates more of the same cycle that we've been trapped in. Liberating ourselves from the illusions is the only way to really break free of the shackles that bind us to our lower state of being.
Siri, tell me a joke.
Why was the rabbit really excited about its new hole? Because it had its whole life ahead of it. Our conspiracy theory of everything begins first with the demiurge. The demiurge is an ancient Greek and Gnostic concept describing a consciousness that is considered to essentially be the creator of the physical universe, but not the supreme creative force behind all things. A good way to explore this idea is through the
science fiction story that suggests everything we think we know of as the real world is nothing but an illusion, a false world within which most are imprisoned, unable to effectively identify what is real. As people go about their day-to-day lives, they think that their world is authentic, but that every individual is truly plugged into an artificial reality, severed from the real world. While people suffer, there is a tremendous benefit to the ruling overlords, who in the film were a form of AI. As it relates to us, this AI is in essence the demiurge. The demiurge was described as a force, a deity, or a consciousness who was responsible for the creation of the physical world and reality. However, in a way, it had imposed itself
How you
on
doing,
top of the true reality,
Kaylee?
the supreme oneness that created all things. In this, it was a false god who had assumed authority over the world, masking the living beings, namely us, from the supreme truth, the highest order of creation, and making us believe that what we
What's up,
experienced
Amanda?
as real, the physical reality that we were a part of, was the true, authentic reality,
Yo,
even though it wasn't. Depending
Jarrell
on the school and
Cookie.
belief of different Gnostic sects, the demiurge was either seen as something malevolent, deliberately trying to deceive us, or something that was simply ignorant or misguided of its place in the universe and
Hey,
the rest
bro.
of creation, which led to us becoming lost in the illusion as a result. Said in simple terms, the demiurge was the force behind the physical universe, but within our consciousness,
No,
so long as
winter
we perceived
in a
that which
couple
is physical
months.
to be real, we were slaves to the illusion of the false, or at least incomplete, reality. To that end, these ancient people, at least those who are part of the ancient mystery schools, believed that the physical reality was an illusion. They sought to liberate themselves from the illusion of reality through varying spiritual practices, from meditation to plant medicine ceremonies and everything in between, in order to connect with higher realms of existence and break free of the false world by finding the truth, the supreme oneness within. This is because even the demiurge and the physical universe still stemmed from the supreme oneness, and the light of truth could be found within. Known to the Gnostics as Sophia, meaning wisdom in Greek, it was the act of awakening this divine spark within us that would return us to the higher realms, which became the ultimate goal of many Gnostic schools. This is where we find the roots of enlightenment and light concepts from around the world, which teach that within this world of suffering, we can release ourselves from the illusion through various forms of mastery and self-discipline, both physical, emotional, and mental. This, of course, takes considerable
Do good,
effort
you guys.
and intention to do so. In essence, transcendent people do what is hard, and that's why their lives are easy. People in suffering do what is easy, and that's why their lives are hard. Fast forward to today, there is a tremendous
Yeah,
volume of voices
definitely
on
chill
the
stream.
internet, exploring ideas, concepts, and sharing a metric buttload of memes. But amidst the voices of the masses, we find a new concept emerging and being discussed in scientific and even some mainstream circles. An idea that proposes that the entire universe as we know of is actually a
Much
hologram
love, much love.
or a simulation of some kind. Scientifically speaking, if we look at the cosmos from the perspective of quantum mechanics, there is a general acknowledgement that we really don't understand the universe like we thought we did. We are seeing the building blocks of the universe, the subatomic particles, the waves, behaving in ways that do not make sense in the context of classical mechanics, which reveal discrepancies in the laws of physics. Yet, the laws of physics still stand and apply in a practical sense when talking about our macroscopic world. But the fabric of the reality that we live in operates by rules that we have yet to uncover. The holographic universe seems in principle to be very much like how you might expect a movie and a projector to work in tandem. When you watch a movie, you enjoy it linearly, going through it one frame at a time, usually at 24, 30, or 60 frames per second. The stories on the screen follow a narrative of some kind, and generally speaking, there are definite laws that make up the universe, you are experiencing in the film.
I don't play video
Yet,
games
the quantum
anymore.
world, on the other hand, is like being able to observe the entire roll of film timelessly at any point, which includes
Say hey,
zooming
no
in on
song.
individual frames, playing things backwards,
What
forwards,
up, Cam?
sequels, and prequels all at the same time. The particles and waves that make up our reality are nonlinear and could potentially imply notions of retrocausality. And while they too follow their own set of laws, they are different from the world we exist in at a macro level. Another example of this is found in computer code. What you are seeing on your computer or phone screen at any given time is a filtered projection of what is really going on underneath the surface, designed to be easy for you to interpret. Yet, under the surface of these machines, there is a computer language that is incomprehensible to nearly everyone. Languages like binary and machine code are too simple to make complex algorithms effectively in. Instead, programmers use higher level languages designed to be understood by humans to write code that is then translated into the lower, base level machine code and then binary at the bottom. What you are seeing when you look at your phone or computer monitor ultimately comprises mountains of ones and zeros that lay under the surface of the digital world, just like what is under the surface of our own reality. You might be familiar with the ancient wisdom teaching, as above, so below, a concept that applies on several levels, describing that which exists in higher realities is a mirror of lower ones. So, as with machine code and binary, ultimately all of that computational code is equal to and actively creates the digital experience on your devices. But they are two entirely different paradigms. This is the great challenge of modern science today, unifying quantum mechanics and general relativity, because we are unable to comprehend yet how the physical world and tangible substance, continuity, gravity, life, time, and consciousness emerge from this flux field of quantum information, which appears to operate by an entirely different set of laws related to statistics and probability. Yet, like with machine code and computers, are they really so different? The question then becomes, as many are theorizing today, could our entire reality be nothing more than a simulation? An artificial reality that our consciousness is plugged into? There are some oddities that have been captured on camera that some people believe are glitches in the matrix. Now, maybe these oddities are fake, who knows? But as an example, we do have this curious clip of a bird who is perched in midair without moving before flying away. There was also this news footage from Russia several years ago that someone caught an individual levitating on camera. But when the guy with the camera called out to them, the girl dropped down and ran away. Now, again, I'm not trying to say this is
Y'all
hard
much
evidence
love. Good
of a
night.
real-life matrix, but it certainly compels curiosity. And this is what it's really all
I
about.
can't see.
Humanity living in the question, in the mystery of life, and these strange occurrences that beg us to ask the question, what is the true nature of reality? Now, on that note, I encourage you to please do your own research and go down these rabbit holes yourself and make up your own mind. In this way, you become a conduit of free thought rather than following in the herd mentality of that which has been established for you by the powers that be and society at large. Even if the laws of physics as we know them
Bye,
today
bro.
say that this is impossible, levitation or birds perched in midair, we also know that the laws of physics are incomplete. We don't even know how to properly fit gravity into our standard model of physics, and perhaps unlocking these secrets will change everything for us. And this brings us to our primary key, where we begin with our conspiracy theory of everything, the basis from which everything to come will build off of. The demiurge is, in essence, a lesson about the illusion of reality. That the entire world as we conceive it to be is based on what we perceive with our physical senses, which is a limited experience of the totality of that which exists in the whole universe. This idea suggests that the illusion of the cosmos is incomplete, and as long as we believe in only it by itself, we too shall remain incomplete. We are living within a material universe, yes, but there is more to the cosmos than just that. And as long as we choose to believe in this limited reality, we will continue to perpetuate its existence. It is only by embracing that which we don't know and asking the right questions can we break free of the fetters that bind us. In the Emerald Tablets of SRtheRuler,
It's cool,
there's
bro.
a great deal of discussion that
It's all
describes the
good.
human soul as a light trapped in the veil of
You already
night,
know.
a metaphor suggesting that the night
You
is
already
the
know.
illusion of separateness, the soul disconnected from the supreme oneness, or simply trapped in illusions in general. Basically anything that is not the highest truth. It is the unilluminated mind that actively creates the reality that it perceives to be real. And as such, humanity lives out its days in the dark, veiled in the illusion of one's own beliefs, disconnected from any higher reality. This was portrayed excellently in Marvel's Doctor Strange, when Stephen denies anything beyond the material universe, and then is shown a glimpse of the multidimensional nature of reality, that thoughts are things. He is shown that all of us steer the reality field by our conscious intent. But yet, as we become complacent in the creation of our lives, we give up control of the driver's seat. But then the question is, who is driving the ship? Literally anyone and everything else. Carl Jung called it the collective unconscious, the collective mind field of everyone whose thoughts and feelings influence our own very decisions and actions by the concentration of their energetic weight. Whether it be the media, the news, advertisements, what your family or friends tell you, or things that you just happen across on the internet. Ultimately, all of it is processed by our egos, which shape who we think we are as we disconnect further from the nature of our being. So the question then becomes, what is the truth? What is the higher reality? And how do we connect with it? The ancient wisdom teachings describe that the quest for wisdom, or enlightenment, or the true nature of being, is a continuous journey into the unknown, and the illumination that we are active creators of our lives, not simply beholden unto the preconceived patterns
Yeah.
that we've been following.
Hey, Ashanti.
The truth we must understand about the demiurge is that we are the ones who actively perpetuate its existence by believing in the physical universe as the
Good
ultimate
night.
reality. Your beliefs shape the reality that you experience, as Dr.
Oh, man.
Let's learn. Do you eat pork? I don't anymore, unless it comes from farm out. Want to know why? You being a whole conspiracy theory. Actually, no, I just got off my fat, lazy ass when I watched Boston. It's like, holy shit, things are not adding up anymore. It's because we give it an ingredient called ractopamine. It's outlawed everywhere else in the world, banned, because how horrific it is. But we give it to the pigs and then we ingest it. So that's the same people that say that medicine's good, the same approval board. Let's learn some more, huh? Do you eat cheese? I don't, unless it's by, most of the time by farm. Want to know why? Because our cheese is actually produced by Pfizer. You know that? You don't? Well, they used to use astral natural, the special enzyme that's in cow's stomach lining, whatever. I read an article a few weeks back on it, whatever. But they no longer do that. Instead, they do this genetic modifying whatever, and that's what they build the cheese out of. See that right there? The shredded cheese? That filler that they use is sawdust. Oh, same people that say it's gonna save your life. Put sawdust in your cheese. Come here, kids. These are safe and enjoyable for you. In case one of you fucking geniuses out there that trust the Almighty ever get a wild hair up your ass. This is called the back of the packaging. And there's the list of ingredients. And inside those ingredients, if you just take a gander there, you're gonna fucking see ammonia. ammonia in there. Tell me what medical benefits you get from that, huh? You want to know what it's called? Frozen dairy dessert, because it's no longer classified as ice cream. It's just a big bowl of chemicals. Hell, there's 3 ingredients right there. That right there. That's in chemotherapy medicine. What? See, I used to be a CEO, a former healthcare administrator. Now, if I need to lie to you and go get a $300,000 to $500,000 a year job again to poison you, man, and smack 10 nurses, I know I found a soul. I'll just continue to do this. Sodium aluminum phosphate. Same people say that say, here's some aluminum with chicken strips. Banned everywhere else in the world. Hey, everybody, come get your fragrances. And that, we put berries in that to make those blues and everything. What? Chocolatey chocolate chips. You want to know why they call that? Well, this whole conspiracy theorist knows that that's actually lab-grown chocolate that they're using now. EDTA. Guess what? Oh, it's another thing that's banned everywhere else because it causes kidney harm, proven in a bunch of medical journals time and time again. But hey, the old conspiracy theorist here, huh? And this is my favorite. Hell, it just says right there on the packaging. Let me give you a closer look. Cancer and reproductive harm. Only in California. There's somebody that's going to look at that. The same person that believes in our system and go, hey, I'm good. I'm in Iowa. I'm okay. I can still eat these things, even though they're poisoning our women and cause cancer. But I guess them just putting it on the package and telling you how poisonous this is, just right in front of your face, is just too fucking obvious. Let's just, one-way ticket to Dum Dum Land. Where is it at? Right here.
Today, where Google, y'all be good, okay? And make sure you wear your seatbelts when mommy's driving, okay? You understand? Okay? Okay? All right. All right, you be good.
Escuchaste. Say always the.
Seatbelt? Wow. 145, I think we got shots fired at the outlet mall. Shots fired at the outlet. I got people running. Get moving! 420 around. They're moving further away from me. Y'all be good, okay? And make sure you wear your seatbelts when mommy's driving, okay? You understand? Okay? Okay? All right. All right, you be good.
Escuchaste. Say always the.
Seatbelt?
Wow.
145, I think we got shots fired at the outlet mall. Shots fired at the outlet. I got people running.
Hey, much love.
Get moving! 420 around. They're moving further away from me. Go, keep moving! Get out of here! I'm about polarizing or moving. Trying to get to him. They're still shooting. I'm on foot. I need everybody I got. What? Yes. people coming. 145, I believe we got a mass shooting. I got 19 in there. I'm passing injury. I'm moving as fast as I can. Take over. I'm about to help me here, figure. I don't know where he's at. Doctor Scott. All right, actually still going. Shots out by police. I got him down. I'm over here by the limit. I got him down. Get away from there! Get away from there! Get away! I'm by some guy's head. I'm moving around him. He's just like me. What's that? What the fuck? I don't know. I think so. I'm not hearing any gunshots. Is he down?
khuyên cáo là được lấy cái gì cho con cái cả, cái lợi ích gì chưa thấy nhưng mà đây này cái tác dụng nó thấy rồi.
Yo. Hello.
Wait for it. I'll tell you if I think it's real. I'll let you know. Burka, let's get psychotic erotic. Whoa, don't do that. Hold on, my mom's bringing me dinner. Thanks, Mom. Hi, Mom. Who is that? It's like a live feed for Gaga fans. She's going, ugh. Sorry, guys. She has to eat while she's Gaga. Yeah, okay. There's chicken in it. Gaga. Thank you, Mama.
Hey,
She doesn't understand.
what you
I'm
doing?
just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Calm down.
How was her day?
Wait, okay, I'm gonna play this for you guys.
Okay. You think it's real?
Think about that. It's a bad quality, but I don't know what I think about this. It's really like.
No. Wait, that's kind of cool.
That's Gaga laughing at you, Kato.
She's laughing at Katy Perry right now. I'm just kidding, I love Katy Perry. Are there actual lyrics to the tweet? Those are the whole lyrics we get. She tweets it. It's just ha 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 ha. 9.5 minutes of video of Gaga laughing. Featuring the smiley face. What? What? What happened? That's real. That is fucking real. That's real. What? That's really Barca. Fucking God! That's real. Give me the link. Are you serious? That can't be real. Yes, everyone. I want everyone to mute your mic, and I want Jess to start it over. Okay. I'm gonna vomit. I'm gonna throw up. It's so beautiful.
I think I peed a little. I'm dying. I'm dying.
Take it off YouTube because of copyright infringement.
Quick, someone download it. Someone download it.
Jess, download it now.
One man who knows the dangers only too well is Aman Jabi, who was at the forefront of digital development in Silicon Valley, California, for 25 years. He left when he recognized the dark side of surveillance technology, choosing instead the peace and beauty of Montana. He's an expert in facial recognition.
It's a technique that is used to uniquely identify the biometrics of any face. So, in a device like your smartphone, and most modern smartphones in the last 5 or 7 years, they have a 3D camera module in the front of the phone, which you cannot see. Within that module is a near-infrared projector, which projects tens of thousands of dots on your face. Those dots are then distorted based on the contours and the features of your face. And there's a near-infrared camera then takes a picture of that distortion, captures it, and then reverse engineers the exact profile of your face. In the longer term, facial recognition will be used to unlock your digital identity, which is going to be a tool of control for the agendas that are coming down the pipeline.
Elements of that control are already with us. Alexa, good morning. Good morning.
You are never alone in your home, and this is why. All your devices at home and all smart appliances, they are all connected on a wireless network. Many of these devices will have cameras, many will have microphones, and so they are monitoring everything all the time. Your smart appliances are communicating with the smart meter and sending it real-time usage data. If there's a Ring camera also in your home, a mesh network is formed, and all your devices are being tracked within the home, its location, its usage, and all the data is going to Amazon servers. When you leave your home, all modern vehicles are connected to the internet, so your automobile is being tracked. all the time. When you're going under a string of smart LED poles and smart LED lights on the highway and in the streets of your towns and cities, those form a wireless network and are tracking your vehicle. They're tracking all the devices on you, from smartphones to smartwatches when you're walking on the streets. So
Hey,
data is being
Chloe.
collected 24/7 continuously on every human being whenever you are within these wireless networks. And it's obviously not
Thanks
good
for
for
the
health also
hearts.
because of all the electromagnetic radiation. In the long term, the plan is to pretty much lock up humanity in smart cities, from smartphones to smartwatches when you're walking on the street, tracked all the time. When you're going under a string of smart LED poles and smart
I'm
LED
good.
lights on
Thanks
the
for
highway
asking.
and in the streets of your towns
Hope
and
you're doing
cities,
great.
those form a wireless network and are tracking your vehicle. They're tracking all the devices on you, from smartphones to smartwatches when you're walking on the streets. So data is being collected 24/7 continuously on every human being whenever you are within these wireless networks. And it's obviously not good for health also because of all the electromagnetic radiation. In the long term, the plan is to pretty much lock up humanity in smart cities, which is kind of a superset of a 15-minute city. They've sold all the state and local governments and countries that smart cities are about sustainability and the good of the city. But in reality, the language from the UN and WEF and their white papers is all inverted. So, air monitoring is really about limiting mobility and no car ownership. Right? Surveillance, control via LED grid is why the smart lighting is there. Water management is about water rationing, noise pollution is about speed surveillance, traffic monitoring is about limiting mobility, and then, of course, energy conservation is all about rationing heat, electricity, and gasoline. Another concept one should be familiar with is called geofencing, and think of it as an invisible fence around you, where you cannot go
Hey,
beyond a certain
welcome.
point.
What's
And
up?
that will be
Nice to
related to
see you.
your face recognition, digital identity, and access control. Your smart contracts, SoftBrick can turn off your digital currency beyond a certain point from your house. Our world has been turned into a digital panopticon. That means you can be monitored, analyzed, managed, and monetized.
Surveillance capitalists are already making billions of dollars selling our information to big corporations, because this kind of detailed knowledge enables them to predict and influence our behavior.
Sir, put your hands behind your back. Don't lock your fingers. You should not do this, right? Put your hands upside down. Raise your feet.
Okay. I have an off-duty officer. I have my identification.
Okay. We're just going to check because we're going to call it your first aid police officer.
Oh, okay.
Anything else on you?
No, sir. I have a taser in my vehicle. In my bag. I have my badge right here.
Where's your ID at?
My police ID, so I don't have a police ID on me. I can,
Don't have a police ID on you.
no, I don't have a police ID yet. You can,
Washingtonville?
I'll give you my chief's number. You can call and confirm that right
Have you
now.
been sworn in?
Yeah, no, I'm a sworn in chief's officer.
You don't have an ID.
No, they didn't. I've been bitching about this forever.
One routine traffic stop, one pair of handcuffs, and one decision that would leave an entire department fighting to explain itself. Local cops believed they had the right man, but seconds later, the name that came back over the radio changed everything. The suspect wasn't just another driver. He identified himself as a real U.S. Marshal. Was this an unbelievable bluff, or the biggest mistake those officers would ever make? Body cams kept rolling, tempers stayed high, and every command echoed louder than the last. What happened next spread through law enforcement circles faster than anyone expected.
So,
If this at the Holiday Inn has your name on it, it says that you're with the U.S. Marshals Task Force, has your last name on it. So they gave us at the Holiday Inn.
okay. I didn't say that was the first one to call my chief.
No, we'll get a hold of him. Thank you.
said that they've been searching for skinheads all day. They just arrested a bunch of...
Hours later, the fallout was impossible to ignore. Rumors exploded that badges were being turned in, careers were hanging by a thread, and the entire encounter was suddenly under a microscope. But before rushing to pick a side, there's another angle worth hearing. In high-pressure situations, split-second decisions can collide with incomplete information, and the truth is often far more complicated than the first headline suggests. Watch closely, listen to every word, and judge the facts for yourself, because this story isn't just about one arrest. It's about what happens when authority, identity, and accountability collide.
2015.
Now listen, I want to be completely honest, and the reason I did lie to you, and the
Was
reason
that
I
a
lied
boy that called us in a sheep?
Hey, go ahead. The reason I lied to you is because I was embarrassed. Listen, I've always wanted to be a U.S. Marshal, and I'm not saying I did not tell them that I was a U.S. Marshal. I can see how that was misconstrued. I pay attention to their most wanted, and they had a bunch of earning.
The history of the United States is hidden under the cover? The system admitted to me it was lying to me when I was in 11th grade. Who wants to know about the history of the Jews? This is the result. Origins of the nation, a trove of old books, formation of the church and his family, which I'll show you, but first I want to explain how I got on this path. I was in AP biology with a teacher named Dr. Reiser. She was explaining the creation of the Earth. A nebula reacted with a static charge and the Earth was formed. I raised my hand, and where did the nebula and the static charge come from? We were always really cool, but she chumped me off and said, "Joey, do not talk." She cut me off. I didn't know why. After class, I went up and spoke to her, and she was almost in tears. She looked at me and said, "Joey, I know that you can't get something out of nothing. I believe that this Earth was created by God. I have to teach you this, even though I know it's not right because it's standard curriculum, and I'm sorry." And in that moment, I knew that they had been lying to us about everything else. It was just like a relationship when you found out your partner was cheating on you. You wondered all those late nights at the office, what was really happening? And that's how I know the system is full of shit, because they told me. Many people agree with me, but you can never find it online. Why? They can change information on an algorithm. When you get old books, you can see how information has been changed. 1878 print, there were a lot of pictures because a picture is worth 1,000 words. Pope Leo, we got one right now. Let's fast forward to the 1900s. Absolutely no pictures. You have to read exactly what it says. You can't make any inferences on your own. Night scenes of the Bible, 1869. The night of agony, Jesus in the garden sweating blood. You ain't never heard that broke down on Google, have you? Conversations on the Bible, 1889. The history of the Jews, from the beginning to the captivity in Babylon. Events following the flood. Origins of the nation. Ever heard any of this before? Ancient magnetism and psychic forces. L.H. Anderson, 1895. From the Masonic Temple. Hypnotism, the law of attraction. Hypnotism, the key to occultism. Magnetism and the medium of mental inspiration. This is big information that talks about deep things that we don't think about anymore. And then other books that show how fast we've warped in modern history. Minutes of working time required to buy selected food and shelter. USSR, not even a country anymore.
Have a good night.
You could buy 2.2 pounds of beef sirloin in 44 minutes of work. That ain't happening no more.
What is that?
What the hell? The history of the United States is hidden under the cover? Compromise bill. Cuba to the United States. 480 men left new. It's got to be hidden up under this. I don't want to tear up this book, but I gotta know. This just goes to show you that some information only comes out with time, where, investigation. They've been lying to us, guys. And I'm gonna find out what they hid. The history of the United States is hidden.
Hey, good night. Boo!
Every American should watch this. Bill Clinton got blackmailed by Israel over Monica Lewinsky. They had a tape of him having phone sex on Air Force One with Monica Lewinsky, and they told him they had it and said they were going to release it unless he took their side in the Wye River negotiation. So, like, this has been going on a long time, but Trump just did something that's like quantum levels crazier and more destructive to the U.S., which is this war. How do you get out of this war? No one I know, including people who work at the White House and at the Pentagon, if you ask that question, like, how do we get out of this? They have no idea.
So Morrow is part of this much larger network.
Yeah, he's
course.
a tiny piece, but yes.
He's a tiny piece. Yeah, I just happen to know who
Hmm.
he is, but most
18.
people I've never heard of. And they hate JD Vance.
Yes,
You
they
said
do.
they're afraid of JD Vance, and you see that as a coordinated message across all these different networks.
Yes.
Any idea why? Because he's not a globalist. That's why.
That's why. Yeah.
That is the thread. It's not about Israel or the Ukraine war, or Charlie Kirk's murder individually. It's a whole worldview. And if you're against control of the world by oligarchs who hate Christianity, then you're not on the team and you must be destroyed.
Exactly. And they always, they have these operatives that, like fake Christians, they will always like come at you with, oh yeah, like they will come at you with Bible verses and stuff like that. And at the same time, they operate trolls that put up my fellow journalist's dead brother and said, your brother is in hell online. The same people who come at you with Bible verses.
They celebrate Zelensky
Yes.
and Smotrich. I mean, Zelensky put priests and nuns in jail and raided churches and closed monasteries and banned the country's largest Christian denomination. It's a fact that just happened. I mean, it's happening now. How could Christians support that? How could Christians support the Israeli government, which is murdering Christians in Lebanon, the only Middle Eastern country with a Christian president? Like, it's so not what I would have expected at all.
They also bombed, a Jewish synagogue.
Right.
So, I mean, this is why I don't believe that they believe any of this. Like, they are not religious in reality. They
Right.
serve much darker forces. And they just want everyone that's a believer or believes in whatever God destroyed.
I think that's right.
Yeah.
And they clearly, just to zoom out for 1 second, I mean, clearly, if you connect all of this stuff, all the wars since 9/11, 9/11 itself, the thread that connects all of it is the destruction of the United States. It's obvious to me that the goal, you couldn't push the president of the United States into a war that we cannot win. That best case scenario eliminates dollar dominance globally and hikes energy prices to a point where people starve to death in Africa and go broke in the United States. Like, you couldn't do that if you were supporting the U.S. Like, this seems like an effort to wreck the United States. That's what it seems like to me.
100%. It's an effort to take United States out. The
You
United
think that?
States, yes, yes. Everything that I investigated suggests just that. They want to take the United States out. It used to be a cash cow, and they know that the United States will no longer can sustain to be a cash cow, so they want it out of the game completely. That's exactly where we are.
I wouldn't have believed that 5 years ago, but it's so obvious if you ignore what they say and watch what they do, which is the only way to understand anything. I think you're right. They understood the United States has reached the end of its useful life.
Hi. Hey, Karen.
As a host.
Good night, bro.
And that's very dangerous
Thanks
for
for
people like us who live here.
I agree with you.
hiding.
Yeah.
I missed it. Thanks, bro.
Okay, sorry. I just you've thought of this.
That's what I've been doing for the last 2 months. Like, all I do is I believe this network is extremely important. I know I know people think it's hard to track them down, and I know that people have this idea. I told you, like, people have this idea that they won. They've infiltrated the United States. They have people in the highest positions. Obviously, when Ukraine says to our military, we'll pay you, and above that, you can get rides and flights with the Secretary of
My
State.
day was
Yeah,
good.
they do have people in the highest position. Otherwise, they cannot state things like that.
Right. So,
What did you do
so the
today?
previous administration just opens the border.
Where does that symbol come from?
It's never written explicitly in the Bible itself.
Is it in the Talmud? Is there a passage in the Bible about that or no?
No.
Okay. So you're not really sure exactly where that comes from?
No. You got me.
Is it nobody knows, huh?
I don't know. I'm not, yeah.
Because I know it's called the Star of David.
Yeah.
Does that have anything to do with David?
No, I don't think so. There must be somewhere. I do not remember exactly what the association was.
Okay.
You get back to the Masonic fraternity of Freemasonry.
Yeah.
Their great symbol is G. You'll look at the star on the compass, which is a stylized Star of David. In fact, they have the entire Star of David in many Masonic temples. Why is that? Masonry is a study of the Kabbalah. Albert Pike said in his book, Morals and Dogma, that the Kabbalah is the very basis. Without the Kabbalah, we would not have the 33 rituals of the Masonic Lodge. But the god they worship, the great architect, is Moloch. God, star god, called Remphan or Kiyun. All these were names for Moloch.
You took up the tabernacle of Moloch and the star of your god Remphan, figures which ye made to worship them, and I will carry you
Yes,
away
I'm
with you into
tired.
Babylon. And the star of your god Remphan, but ye have borne the tabernacle of your Moloch, and Chayun your images, the star of your god which ye made to yourselves, and Chayun your images, the star of your god, and Chayun your images, the star of your god, and Chayun your images, the star of your god.
And I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews and are not, but are the synagogue of Satan. They are not Jews, and their claiming to be Jews is blasphemy. But you claim to have a covenant relationship with the God of righteousness. I say you're a so-called Jew. You are Satan, masquerading as a covenanted people. You must be exposed, regardless to the consequences. The synagogue of Satan is not just composed of so-called Jews. It's composed of people of like minds that are under their influence.
What is going on?
Goodbye.
Well, I just pulled him over for speeding. Wow.
Why do I sleep in live streams? I don't know. Just peacefully. I do stuff during the day, so I just get on here. Good night. Peace.
Day 6 of exposing Black history, because, like, it literally didn't even happen. We've all heard the legend of Harriet Tubman in school, right? The Moses of the Underground Railroad. She led hundreds and hundreds of slaves to their freedom. She's on stamps. Schools are named after her. Confederate monuments are taken down and replaced with statues of her. She may even replace Andrew Jackson on the $20 bill. I mean, that's pretty cool, right? The problem is, it's all just, like, literally made up. At age 13, around 1834 or so, Araminta Ross, which is her birth name, was shopping in a general store in Maryland. An enslaved teen tried to escape, and the overseer threw a 2-pound iron weight at this guy, but it missed and smashed into the skull of young Araminta, and she almost died and suffered very severe head trauma from this. So for the rest of her life, she was dealing with very severe headaches, seizures. She would just black out randomly. How is it that someone with chronic blackouts can lead nighttime raids or guide groups through swamps? I mean, historical records show that she struggled with basic tasks. Okay, but maybe she just is that good. Maybe she's her. So what's the problem with the claims themselves? I'm so glad you asked. There are virtually no primary sources from her time to corroborate any of this. That whole, extravagant bounty that slaveholders supposedly put on her head, no evidence of that. Her 19 rescue trips, freeing 300 slaves, it's totally made up. Even if you just Google it right now, they're probably 60 tops. Okay, so where did the myth come from? Well, there were two key writers involved in this. The first was Sarah H. Bradford, whose books on Tubman are, according to Chesson, pseudo-biographical narratives, and they have no standing as sources of historical information because Bradford cobbled together a bunch of uncorroborated stories exaggerating all this stuff for drama and for sales. And Bradford later admitted to literally just relying on whatever Tubman said without any verification. And frankly, we cannot be relying on people with lifelong severe brain damage. Then there's Earl Conrad. He's born Earl Cohen, actually. And this guy was a Marxist journalist for the black newspaper Chicago Defender. And in the 1940s, he wrote quote-unquote history books on Tubman with zero primary sources, motivated purely by his dislike of white people. So, as a radical, he just twisted Tubman's story into propaganda for civil rights, ignoring her disabilities to create this kind of invincible icon, this kind of superhero figure. And by the way, that myth
Bye.
really
Good
exists
night.
to prop up narratives
Thanks.
about black queens outsmarting and outrunning racist white people. And if she did it, well, then you should too. You should resist systems of white supremacy by any means necessary. So
it's time to wake up. This will blow your mind. So I've pointed out a lot of things happen in the Pacific Ocean, including some ships that have gone missing, people that have gone missing, all right there in and around the Devil's Triangle, which is where right now you have massive amounts of warships gathered from every nation of the world almost. But what's really alarming with this is, have you ever seen the movie Pacific Rim? How about the movie Battleship? Let me show you something fascinating. But before I do, you need to know, right now, keep this in mind, RIMPAC is taking place on the Hawaiian Islands. But why does the Hawaiian Islands truly matter? I'll show you. Listen closely. This I'm about to show you is clips from the movie Battleship by Peter and John. And this movie is about the battle for Earth that begins at sea, in which the United States and all the other nations come together for a common cause and a common enemy. While they're out there performing their RIMPAC, you have aliens and crazy machinery and tech coming up out of the ocean, making war with the world. But that's nothing. Check this out.
This is Hawaii News Now. Thousands of sailors on dozens of ships are coming to Hawaii for RIMPAC.
RIMPAC is the world's largest multinational maritime exercise.
RIMPAC is a military ballet of 14 navies.
20,000 Navy personnel.
Cooperation and collaboration amongst the countries is the goal.
Relationship building is the key.
Now, three actions taking place out on Hawaii. There will also be sporting events on land. Forget World Cup. This is the RIMPAC Cup final.
Not only did this RIMPAC exercise happen to take place on the coast of Hawaii, but also it takes place during the World Cup. You know, the one happening right now. But wait, there's more. You need to know, right now, the alien disclosure is taking place, correct? Absolutely, they're preparing you for something. As also, Blue Beam and everything else is being set up. But you need to pay attention to someone else who happens to be in charge right now. In this movie, you'll see a clip where Rihanna says this: "We've ended up in a department run by some kind of Donald Trump, Mike Tyson mutant combo, kind of like a peacemaker and a fighter brought together." And she's talking to the main character who saves the day. And I know that you guys had to have heard your presidents constantly throughout the years point to the fact that we need a new world order. And one specific president said that we need to come together for a common cause and fight against a common enemy, which is exactly how the movie Pacific Rim starts in the very opening scenes.
We needed a new weapon. The world came together, pooling its resources and throwing aside old rivalries for the sake of the greater good. To fight monsters, we created monsters.
Now, I want to remind you of all the coincidences taking place right now. Right now, we have Donald John Trump called the Chosen One, Messiah, King of Israel, Prince of Peace, and so many other names, including Cyrus the Great, who goes by King of Babylon, Prince of Persia. But I also want to tell you something else. We also have in our Pacific Ocean, as I've documented for you guys, ships going missing. And we also have people going missing, scuba divers going missing, and also last week we had a whole bay that had turned completely into blood that I documented for you guys as well. But I also want to point something else out. While we have this REMPEC exercise taking place in the ocean, we also have Donald Trump's proclamation of starting Armageddon. According to the Bible, Armageddon is not just war between people, but also beasts and things from the sea, titans of old, 4 specifically that are let loose in one area, but you also have 7 other ones that are bound, kept in the book of Enoch. And I've been trying to point out other things dealing with Behemoth and Leviathan in the Dragon Sea and the Dragon Triangle. But I guess all that's a coincidence, huh? I'm gonna let you think on this one for a little bit because there's all kinds of things I can add to this, but I'm gonna let this be done. If this has woken you up at all, feel free to share it out there and wake up someone else.
Every American should watch this.
They share the myth that Israel is the result of the Holocaust. It is absolutely false. It's a myth. It never happened. Prior to World War II, there were some 4.5 million Jews in what was called Eastern Europe outside of the Soviet Union. These people couldn't stay where they were. They lived among hostile peoples, people who didn't like them, peoples who hated them, many of them, most of them. There was an economic crisis of tremendous proportions. Of 3.3 million Jews in 1939 in Poland, 1/3 were on or below the poverty level. Jewish children couldn't go to school because they didn't have shoes in the winter to go to school with. There was a decline, constant decline in the 1930s. But there was nowhere to go. America was closed. Britain was closed. Western Europe had closed by then. South America was closed. Palestine was closed by the British from 1936 on.
If you were to go back to the earliest days of Zionism and tell most of the people who were embracing the ideology back then that you're going to get your state, but here's what it's going to require, and here's what it's going to transform you into, it would have lost a ton of support. I mean, it took a long time and a lot of effort to even get much of the Jewish community around the world to support Zionism in the first place. I mean, it was primarily just an Eastern European movement. The German Jews, the French Jews, most British and American Jews. It took all the way up until the 1930s before they started to come around to it at all. If you would have gone back then and told them that this is what it's going to entail, this is what it's going to take from you, a lot of people wouldn't have supported it to begin with. And so when you have this edifice that is built on the kind of brutality and requires really not just the hard things to be done in war, but really to keep it going over time, requires the population to take on a persistent mentality of paranoia and hostility, the way we've seen taking root over there. Something like that becomes, it goes back to what you were saying about the effect that it has even on the corrupter. I mean, that becomes oppressive on people, and it becomes something that people are not as interested in defending.
But it turns them into monsters. I mean, the more you think you're hated, the more you hate other people.
Right. Yeah, it always happens that way. I think
but for all of us,
George Kennan, when talking about the Soviet Union, he said something like, I won't be as eloquent as he was, but that it's the privilege of every paranoid man to eventually prove himself correct. And it's because when you believe everybody's out to get you, you interact with everybody as if they're out to get you, and then eventually they get tired of it and they're out to get you. That happens with every cult, every nascent nationalist movement. We saw this after the First World War. To go back to that, you saw a lot of these emergent countries, the Polish, for example, the Czechs. You see it with the Ukrainians now, especially since 2004. When you have this newly birthed sense of nationalism, you feel like you're under threat. You were just under an empire for centuries. You might be under an empire again if you're not ready for that threat. And there's this real sense of paranoia and hostility toward outsiders that kind of holds the national community together. And most of those other countries stabilized to a point that that, you know, it wasn't necessary any longer, and the kids were raised differently. But in Israel, they've been in a state of conflict for their entire existence, so that it's really just it's become the identity of the state. You know, and unfortunately, this is one of the saddest things about the whole project. And there were a lot of prominent religious Jews back in the early days of Zionism who feared exactly this, that Zionism was just going to swallow Judaism whole. And it really has done that. And what that means in practice is that for so many Jews, not just in Israel, but in the diaspora, the definition, here's a perfect example of it, actually. There was a Gallup poll or a Pew poll a few years back where they polled American Jews and asked them, what is the most important aspect of Jewish identity? And it was, you know, belief in the Torah, affinity for the state of Israel, various moral values and things. Far and away, the number one answer, like 70%, was remembering the Holocaust. Which is another way of saying, you know, when you consider like the Jewish understanding of the Holocaust, it's not the way the Armenians understand the Armenian genocide, where this is something that the Ottoman Empire or the Turks did to us. This is the culmination of what mankind has been doing to us for thousands of years, since, you know, the Pharaoh and all the way on up through, and then it culminated in this thing. So when you say remembering the Holocaust, what it really means is remembering what they have done to us. And when that becomes, when 70-something% of, you know, your entire population are answering that as the primary, the primary fact that is constitutive of their identity, there are going to be consequences to that and how that identity develops and how you relate to the rest of the world. And you know, it's something.
How do you feel about people who hate and persecute you?
Well, I mean, I know how I'm supposed to feel and how I do
but how do
feel.
human beings,
right?
Right. No, Christianity offers us a way out of this.
These guys have active asylum applications. What are you trying to do? What you trying to do? They have active applications. They are here legally.
Put your phone in my face.
Don't push me.
Don't put your phone in my face.
Why would you push somebody?
Stay arm's length away from me.
I'm right here. I wasn't
Stay an
on
arm's
length.
length away from me.
I was.
Next time I'll take you into custody.
I'm right
I
here.
don't know who you play with in the past, but I'll take you in.
I'm an attorney. I'm an immigration attorney.
I don't care.
And I'm a
if
U.S.
you violate
citizen.
the law, guess what,
I'm
immigration
standing
attorney?
right here.
You'll be standing in court too.
I'm standing right here. I'm
18
an
USC
arm
111.
length. So you're gonna come after me? You're gonna shoot me? These guys have active asylum applications. There's nothing wrong with them. Why are you trying to pick them up?
You don't know what they have.
So why are you trying to pick them up? You have no idea. It's not legal.
It's none of your business.
It is my business. I'm their attorney. It's exactly my business. Get the fuck out of this apartment. Get out of here. Just leave. These guys are here legally. Get out of here. Get out of here. Go. Just go. Get off the property. You're not trying to do anything good. You're not helping anything. Get out of here. Right now. Go. Get out of here.
Victor's Way isn't dubbed as a cult village, but rumours circulated of unusual goings-on inside the park at night. Look at this. What the hell is this about? It's a new sign. One lungful of slurry gas. I don't know. It says it's agitated on windy days, and there has been a bit of breeze today. I don't know if you should go in. One of the most unique places on the planet. I don't think there's anywhere else like this. You'll see. Look at this. Who remembers this? I mean, look at the size comparison to Josh. He's holding a breast. So this park is now abandoned, but the owners live on the site. He's retired, and the park is in limbo. You see the serpent leg. We are wandering through the woods now.
A guy that doesn't know which way to go in life.
No, it closed down and reopened. And when it reopened it where only 28-year-olds were allowed. Yeah, this is a meditation area. Not your head against that.
What is this?
This, bro. Feel it.
Is this?
It's made out of solid.
Yeah, it's like the onyx gem,
Yeah.
the black onyx.
Granite or something like that.
Look at that.
Solid granite.
Dude, that's freaky as hell.
I wonder how much this costs to make. What is that? White stuff all over. Hey, what do you make of this?
It's like some sort of little path. But
No, this.
what is that?
Hey?
It's like a white paint trail.
Seriously?
Should we go down here? It's a finger.
So on top of it, on the nail, it says create or die. Damn. So unusual.
It has Egyptian on it. Hieroglyphics.
Right, we've just hopped the gate. We're heading deeper into the woods.
Bro, this might be the coolest thing ever.
It's the orange leaves, it's the crows in the background, and now the zombie in the water. This is the big boy.
We're coming up to the skinny Buddha now.
Wow. Scary looking. I forgot how big these things were. So that's bronze and that's granite. But now we're walking into like a temple area. Just some kind of Buddhism one.
Yeah.
We've seen something in the forest. I didn't even notice something else over here. But we're literally trying to get to it because the path has kind of disappeared now. Right, it still continues. I don't think me and Bucky came this far last time. It's such a weird day as well. It's like the super fine rain.
Wow. So Google Satellites can list for this. It's like a path in the middle of the pond. Probably the best day we could ever have exploring. That hint of the rain and the leaves changing. I mean, this is by far perfect.
Whew. I nearly fell in the water then. I nearly fell in the water looking at all these spider webs. Can't believe how many there is.
That's it.
I think we might have to try and make our way out of here now. Whoa!
Oh, it scared me so bad.
And dogs.
Burned, babies in oven.
Have you ever seen this video where this guy draws a flat earth diagram and talks about how there's the black hole sun that is projecting light through the center of our realm? And have you ever considered the fact that maybe, just maybe, the northern lights are evidence of this exact phenomena? You see, I never wanted to give this too much thought or attention because supposedly this is a Masonic idea. But lately, I've seen some things that have opened my mind to it, and I'm going to show them to you. What I want to first make you aware of is the fact that
You want to time
there's
them
an
out.
Antarctic treaty, there's also an Arctic treaty, where you're not allowed to go to the North Pole. And there are 150 countries that have signed this agreement. And yes, you can take a trip or a tour to the North Pole, but it's only going to bring you to Fairbanks, Alaska. And I want you to notice this watery area here. Because on the old maps, there used to be all sorts of land there that all of a sudden doesn't show up on the new maps. And not only is there a treaty to keep you out of that general vicinity, but there is also surveillance set up for thousands of miles around the North Pole. It's called the Dew Line, and it was created in 1958.
This was to build a radar network above the Arctic Circle, a distant early warning line, which would span the North Polar region.
You see, they say it's to detect anyone coming across the globe from, say, Russia. But in my opinion, this dew line that literally circles the entire North Pole is to detect anybody going towards the center. The center where maybe, just maybe, that hole is projecting our reality into the sky. And I'm not insinuating that we're living in a simulation. If anything, it's God's creation and his projection into the sky. But I want to show you evidence now that where we live might be set up very similarly to a planetarium. Because a planetarium is set up where at the center of it, it projects the night sky into a domed screen. A domed screen that looks a lot like this. In fact, this is actually what it looks like. And this is my good friend David Shane, and he has found very similar looking patterns in the dome shape above us. You can see here, these patterns he has found multiple times surrounding the stars. And when you look at them side by side, they're pretty similar. But this isn't even the biggest part of what I want to show you. Oh no, there's much more. Because when you explore
It's
how the
okay.
projector works in
Have
these
a good day.
planetariums, well,
Thanks for the star, bro. Have a good night. Don't worry about it.
If you've been to a planetarium any time in the last 2 decades, then chances are it didn't use vector graphics or fancy starballs, but instead looked a bit more like this, using digital projectors. Let me show you something really cool. Can we turn on projector 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? As you can see, the dome is actually being covered by 5 separate projectors, which each have a corresponding field of view. When setting up a planetarium for the first time, the operator needs to carefully align each of these projections so that they blend together seamlessly.
Seeing how the planetarium works and then seeing videos like this where the sky literally glitches out got me thinking. And believe me, at first I thought this was just refocusing, but I've looked at it a lot. Something happens there. Just like it seems like something's happening there. Nature doesn't form straight lines. Something's going on here. And I captured my own very similar phenomenon. Very similar to this, which was also captured in Florida, where I captured my own. You see, this is mine, and I captured this lightning on video, and when I went back, there is something very distinctive happening with that line in the sky. It wasn't until I saw this with my very own eyes from my very own camera that I really started to contemplate this. And when you look at the sky doing these weird things in these different examples, it looks an awful lot like when the projector only has 2 projectors on. And to me, there's no question they are hiding something at the North Pole. A lot of people think it's a giant magnetic mountain. A lot of people think maybe it's the center of our torus field. But I'm starting to think maybe God's projector is coming out from the center of our realm. And maybe, just maybe, sometimes we're able to get a glimpse of that projection up into the night sky. And something else that also makes me extremely open to this idea of our projected reality into the sky are the stars. This is the star Sirius, the dog star. And if you've seen my videos, you know I capture dogs in the stars. There's one there, nose and eyes, nose, 2 eyes. How is this happening unless there's some sort of projected image coming from the center of our realm? Now, I'm by no means saying we're living in a simulation. I fully believe we are spirits inhabiting these meat suit avatar bodies right now, but maybe our reality is a lot different than even us truthers think. After all, the Bible does say the sun is in the firmament. Maybe the firmament's below us as well as above. And maybe that sun is shining up into the dome we live under and creating the stars and creating the lights that we see in the night sky.
Biggest night in sports? It's rigged.
Message.
Did I just spoil the surprise for some of the people? It's scripted entertainment. What we do is fake, right? So I know what you're thinking. Me hosting the SPs, that's crazy. Or is it genius? It's time to take a look at yourself, sports, and realize that you're more like the WWE than you have ever imagined.
Dwight Smith exposing how rigged the NFL is.
I don't believe the game is really decided on the field, so, I don't get into all the X's and O's and talking, man. Like I said, I played in the game. I set a Super Bowl record, and we knew every play everybody before the game started, so, hey.
Monday night, one score loss. How do you turn the train around?
Stick to the script. Frustrating. Stick to the script.
Cut that mic.
look at the ref helping him out. He literally trips this Vikings quarterback and it ends up in a Curtis Samuel touchdown. Just look at this. 24 was in perfect position to pick it off, and then he collides with the ref. That is unreal.
Me speaking about this really goes against me. Like, my annuities and my portfolios in the NFL. It's under NFL. So if they go down, my stuff goes down. But I feel like you guys' souls mean much to me. So you can see the bigger picture. So you don't have to argue with Wednesday at 3 p.m. with a fan that's a Patriots fan. Y'all guys cussing each other out. It's not even. It's just all scripted. Like, we want me to say it.
They have nothing to say, but they're not denying anything, and they're not refuting any of the facts. That's NFL team owners have documented ties. Past and present NFL team owners have documented business ties to either the gambling community and/or the organized crime syndicate. I'm also saying that no fewer than 70 NFL games have been fixed. Now,
What does the emperor do when the people become restive, and when the people are asking questions, and when the people don't like the policies of the emperor? He sends them to the circus. He creates a circus. He builds a giant coliseum.
To entertain. What does that mean? To bind or hold. To bind or hold what? An audience's attention. You say the word television. And when you turn on that television, channels. What's on those channels? Programming. They are programming you. They've been programming your whole life. You don't even know it. They do it with your music. They do it with your TV. They do it with your movies. They do it with your games. They have been programming us and programming you since you were little, and you don't even know it because you don't even question it.
What happened?
Somebody called. We were already here earlier.
Yeah.
About the music.
It was a fake call. So like we're streamers, and people normally just call and be like, "Oh, this house, because it's a public address. Oh, this house is making so much noise," but it's literally just a fan that's being on some weird stuff.
Okay, well the neighbors are complaining though, so you guys have to shut it down.
There's
the music,
no neighbors.
everybody has to leave. There's calls here, bro. We didn't just show up randomly.
Yeah, we just told you we're streamers. Nobody's actually really
We're
calling.
not gonna argue about whether it's free or not. People called. We were cool with the other guy. We told him just keep everybody inside.
Yeah, and everyone here the first time.
Yes.
You told everybody to go inside
and cut the music off.
Exactly, and that's what we did. We
So
saw
somebody,
so I'm not sure why.
somebody called.
And it's been cool this entire time. It was cool.
Somebody called saying that you guys were. Somebody was chasing each other with a taser or something.
Nobody's chasing somebody with a taser.
Okay, I don't know that. I'm just letting you know. But the point is that it's creating radio calls.
Good night.
We have to come out here. So now you have to kick everybody out.
Kick everybody for who here has a taser? Who's running around with a taser? That's what I'm saying. These are prank calls. No, these are prank calls. Is what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay?
You're not gonna argue for a prank call? What do you mean? It's a prank call.
I don't know that it's a. The point is, we were here earlier for the service for the music. No, everybody has to go now. Okay, we were trying to be cool with you guys the first time. Okay, you guys.
You're not even trying to listen to me though. I'm trying to tell you, like, it is literally a prank call.
But before that, we were here for the music complaint.
Yeah.
And the music was loud, right?
And we literally closed the door. Everything.
The point is that now we're here again because
everybody's here. The music now.
Okay, just kick everybody out.
Closed. What music do you hear? He knows he doesn't hear no music.
The point is that there's a lot of people here, and they're obviously people are calling because you guys are live streaming, right? I'm assuming.
So why do we have to shut ourselves down? Because random people know exactly where we live, and they're saying, "Yo."
A lot of random people here, which is what's creating the disturbance.
It's barely any noise at all.
Nah, bro, it's pretty loud. Maybe not to you, but
who's
to your neighbors.
Oh, man.
It'll probably be just as loud.
Okay, but the point is, we don't care, but your neighbors care. Okay, there's 6 calls here already.
But what he's trying to say is that the people, the neighbors on the phone, it's fake people that have the address.
The point is that there's calls generated, and I have to do my job.
This house gets swatted literally damn near every day.
We're not swatting. We were cool with you.
That's what I'm saying, right? So,
we get it.
That's what I'm saying, right? So if we get cop calls every single day, right? Oh yeah, y'all coming out? Y'all coming in?
Yeah, come on.
Yo, y'all gotta go inside. Go inside. Yeah.
Okay, can you start kicking everybody out?
I mean, but like, it's literally fake calls, bro.
You gotta kick everybody out. We're trying to be cool with you guys.
It's private property, so they can't go in. No, I know they can't go in.
We can't go in.
You can't. Without my permission, you can't go in.
We have a radio call.
You have a radio call?
We
No. To go into somebody's house and step foot in my house, you need a warrant. Yes, you do.
You know, you want to
Get into my house. You said I watch TikTok.
we can be cool with you and just take everybody out.
I can literally Google search this shit, man.
Like what?
Yo, your man said that he want everybody up, but
who?
Your man's right here, but it's prank calls saying that niggas is running around chasing niggas and shit like that, bro.
So you guys were from? Oh, what's the problem here, officer?
So earlier, we were here earlier, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So somebody called saying that somebody was chasing somebody with a taser out here. Okay.
Yeah. It's because
okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Whether it's true or not, the point is that there's people out here in the streets and it's generating radar calls. So now we have to come back. So now you have to kick everybody.
Hey, do you want to know how the fucking lizards control all of the weather, literally all of the weather on us and use it against us to hurt us? One of my bros sent this guy, Damn Blue, on Twitter, and this guy fucking cooks, okay? So I'm going to let him go. This video's 3 minutes. Watch every minute, dude, because it explains exactly what the fuck is going on with our skies all the time, okay? And surprise, it has something to do with these fucking abominations. Honestly, bro, I kind of think the flock camera, the de-flock shit, is to distract us so that we don't de-5G our areas. But all right, pay attention. Let them cook. Without further ado,
I call them domesticated fires and not wild. It's because they are controlled, exacerbated, and sometimes created by directed energy weapons. Did you know that they can move that smoke anywhere they want? The elite getaway, the state of Maine, is covered. And then, all of a sudden, like magic, poof, it's gone. Watch overnight as the storm just pushes and shifts south. They'll tell you that's just a natural Arctic breeze coming down. But once that sun comes up, it is revealed exactly what pushed that smoke down. Because what's left behind are the classic signature frequency clouds that myself and many others have proven beyond a shadow of a doubt are caused by microwave energy frequency weapons in the form of 5G towers, weather radars, and even HARP. There's a variety of them. And just like the weather, they can put this smoke wherever they want, whenever they want to do it. I always say the weather follows the radar, and so do the fires. That's why I call them domesticated. They're not wild. They are well trained. And as you can see, as we go through all of these radars, just like the weather, they are able to push that smoke and channel it exactly where they want. Because you will see that all of the smoke in the weather follows the perfect range and radius of these radars. That is not a coincidence. It's not a one-off. Some radars will allow pass-through. Some are in block and steer mode. They have various directed energy weapons on board these towers. But just like the weather, you can see the same patterns. You can see the frequency waves, which then translate into the sky above you. That's not a coincidence. It's because they're not just passively reading. They are actively creating, controlling, exacerbating, blocking, whatever mission is on board for that day. Another thing I always say is that your blue sky comes at a cost. It's not because they're giving you a break. It's because they're using that vacuum, that pressure to create an extreme system, or in my case, they've cleared up my sky, but now they've ruined somebody in the south sky. And as you can see, these frequency waves that we just saw in the clouds are created by these radars. And again, nothing to hide, but they're cutting out slices that are perfectly shaped like the directed energy weapons that fire out of them. Such a coincidence. As you can see here, they can split a radar. On one side, they can have it on block mode. Another side, that they can have it on charge or pass-through mode. The point is that your sky is entirely artificial. And again, I know it is hard for you to wrap your head around that, but it is true. They have fully taken control of the skies, the weather, the air, the fires, the moisture, whatever it may be. And the craziest part to wrap your head around, there never has to be another stormy, destructive, smoky fire. There has never again. They could create the literal perfect conditions every single day, no matter what we needed. But instead, they choose it to create the most destructive and deadly war in modern history. Interesting, huh? I just don't know how people don't see it. Have a blessed day.
Sit.
Fetch! Literally, bro. Look, this is what they're doing with it, essentially. They can steer, control, expand, contract. They use this shit to fucking control all of it, dude. For sure. Look at this mess, bro. It literally looks like magnetic lines. It's radiation lines. It's 5G tower lines. They're directing it. Like, they're thinking of the entire Earth as, like, one giant HVAC system, essentially. Like, an Earth-sized factory where they have climate control set in every corner, and they can blow hot air wherever the fuck they want, or cold air. And instead of doing it to help us, like, remember, guys, never forget, these motherfuckers can throw dry ice into a hurricane and stop it, and yet they never do. Except for the fucking night before 9/11, so that 9/11 could pop off. LOL. But dude, I'm convinced this is what the fucking the buildings were doing. The old buildings that they've destroyed, right? They didn't invent this technology. They just stole it and inverted it. Because remember, what do we always hear? Oh, back in the day, the world was heaven. It was amazing. The weather was perfect. Everyone lived till 600. No one was dying left and right. No forest fires. Like, everything was perfect, dude. And it was because our buildings were doing the opposite of what this is. You know, the buildings, the star forts, I don't know exactly how it works, but it's clear that they're tapping into something similar and using it for demonic purposes. The guy is right. They could literally make the weather perfect every fucking day. Not that we don't want rain ever, but you know, they're exacerbating these fires. These fucking tornadoes that literally canceled my Dave Matthews Band show last night at fucking Wantagh in Jones Beach, god damn it. Well, it's not canceled, it's rescheduled to next week. But all this shit, tornadoes in New York? What the fuck are we talking about? I'm from the Midwest. Tornadoes are normal there. In New York? What are we doing? We got Canada forest fires affecting New York every year now for the last 3 years. That's new. Like, this is an existential fucking crisis, bro. This eventually will lead to the collapse of the whole system, I'm sure. How do we think the mud flood happened the last time? Do you think it was a similar fucking entire ecosystem collapse that was probably caused by these motherfuckers doing the literal same exact thing they're doing right now? They don't want you looking at this shit, dude. They want you thinking it's for your fucking dumb phone. It's not. Anyway, this dude's, so far I've checked out a bunch of his other videos on the weather and stuff, and he's fucking crushing it. He gets it, and he's way smarter than me about this. But this is not normal. It's not, and this is, if you look at the fucking radars and the satellites, this is every day. You look up, this is what your fucking sky looks like. Why does it look like that? It's disgusting. It's because it's chemtrail clouds that they're using to fucking manipulate the skies. And honestly, you and your body and your spirituality and your fucking breath, that's what this is all about, is controlling you. Because we're powerful when we're all aligned and we're working together and we don't listen to the shit and think this is normal. It's not normal. All right, gotta go. Love you, bye. Streams tonight, 6 p.m. New York time, Cat Dad, 420-69. Those are numbers. Type them in. YouTube, Twitch. Bye.
Under the scorching Savannah sun, the fearless honey badger meets a relentless enemy it cannot fight. It scratches frantically, but its sharp claws, designed for digging hard earth, are useless against these deeply embedded parasites. A creature capable of fighting off lions is now driven to madness by tiny blood-sucking ticks. Hundreds of ticks swell with its blood, draining the badger's energy as the tormenting itch spreads across its entire body. Exhausted and drooling from the pure frustration, it realizes that its own limbs will not bring any relief. Desperation forces it to seek help from the landscape, using the rough bark of an old tree as a giant scratching post. It grinds its face against the wood and then rushes to solid rock, desperately hoping the hard surface will scrape the tormentors away. But nature Nature has engineered these parasites perfectly. Their mouthparts are locked in, turning every scratch into a deeper, agonizing wound. Thrashing wildly in the dirt, the badger fights a losing battle against a savage swarm that refuses to let go. In the wild, brute strength doesn't always guarantee victory. Sometimes a giant simply surrenders to the smallest of monsters. Defeated and covered in parasites, the once ferocious honey badger collapses into the dust, surrounded by a cloud of opportunistic flies. Every breath is a struggle, and its eyes close as it prepares to endure the slow, agonizing drain of its life force. But just as all hope seems lost, a flock of red-billed oxpeckers descends from the sky like a sudden rescue team. The tiny birds land fearlessly on the predator's thick fur, immediately turning a scene of misery into a bustling feast. Sharp red beaks act like surgical tweezers, plunging into the badger's skin folds to extract the engorged ticks one by one. In a remarkable display of trust, the honey badger lies completely still, letting the birds swarm its body without the slightest protest. Even the most sensitive areas, like the deep crevices inside its ears, are offered up to these tiny, meticulous cleaners. The oxpeckers work methodically, tugging out the stubborn parasites that the badger's own claws could never reach. However, these birds are not acting out of compassion. They are driven purely by an insatiable hunger for blood-filled prey. As the ticks disappear, the badger finally finds a moment of peace, its torment alleviated by this strange symbiotic alliance. The cleanup crew even catches the annoying flies buzzing around the badger's nose, ensuring no pest is left behind. With its eyes closed in pure relief, the honey badger enters a state of near trance, fully surrendering its body to the diligent birds. The oxpeckers hop from the snout to the eyes, their sharp beaks plucking parasites so close to the predator's deadly jaws that one wrong move could be fatal. Yet the badger remains completely docile, even rolling over to expose its vulnerable belly so the flock can access the most deeply embedded ticks. The feast continues with mechanical precision, as every engorged tick pulled from the badger's flesh provides a vital burst of protein for the hungry birds. However, if a tick is too stubborn or leaves an open wound, the birds will not hesitate to peck deeper and drink a little of the badger's own blood. It is a small price to pay for the giant, as the small sting of a bird's peck is nothing compared to the maddening torment it endured earlier. Breathing steadily now, the honey badger simply lies still in the dirt, looking almost grateful as the tiny scavengers continue their thorough inspection. From high above the sweeping African plains, this strange gathering looks like a bizarre ritual that bonds the strong and the small in an endless, ongoing struggle for survival. Even as the honey badger remains motionless, the oxpeckers refuse to stop, scouring every inch of its coarse fur for the very last tick. From the soft pads of its paws to the sharp tips of its claws, no hiding place is safe from the bird's relentless, searching eyes. Having cleared the infestation and filled their stomachs, the flock suddenly scatters, leaving the badger completely tick-free and ready to move again. With its strength restored and the unbearable itch finally gone, the resilient predator rises from the dust, shaking off the memory of its ordeal. It strides confidently into the tall, golden grass, a solitary giant once again, continuing its relentless journey across the African savanna. Meanwhile, the opportunistic birds take to the sky, their restless wings carrying them towards the next giant, proving that in this harsh ecosystem, survival is a continuous shared cycle.
Now there's reporting that this guy has come out with, Tony Ortiz, saying that he's spoken to at least 2 influencers that have been approached about getting paid to post negatively about Flock. Then I looked into the investors. So Flock is invested by Andreessen Horowitz, that's Mark Andreessen, part of the Silicon Valley technocratic elite. Founders Fund, that's Peter Thiel's group, as well as Y Combinator, that is the group that Sam Altman used to run. And if you look at Axon, Axon is a publicly traded company, so that's old school, that's banker finance money. So their top shareholders are BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street.
Yeah, that's
Like,
nice.
why are they pushing?
Yeah,
this?
what's up?
Is it because potentially they want to steer these city contracts towards Axon? Is that a possibility? I have one more thing to share. Yeah. This is the headline. Epstein could have made $100 million on a secret police tech investment. Former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak helped convicted sex trafficker quietly invest $1 million into a police tech startup in 2015. So, Axon just bought last year the company that Epstein founded back in 2015. So they bought it. Carbon. So now you have the tie of Epstein and the Israelis involved with this Axon company.
And Trump. Listen up. I want to talk about this man, Joe Fales, and this is a great example of how they silence people. Back in 2013, there was a huge ice storm that happened in my city, and I ended up working with this man, and we went out and helped people with their roofs. This guy had such a kind soul, and he was very open-minded. He ended up getting on social media and starting a platform. Well, yesterday,
you see
August the 3rd,
side
he
dog.
passed away from mysterious circumstances. And I've been waiting for more information to talk about this, but I seen this post, and I want to read it to y'all. They silenced
He
the
cute,
Bible
though.
archivist. Joe Fales eliminated 72 hours before
You still have your
release of
profile
suppressed
picture?
apocrypha and free energy artifact data. In a move that reeks of coordinated black ops precision, independent researcher, off-grid solar pioneer, and digital Bible liberator Joe Fales was found unalived under circumstances so opaque that even the natural causes script hasn't been deployed yet. His partner's carefully worded statement, Joe Fales has left this earth and has finally found us free, reads like it was ghost written by a crisis PR firm that specializes in quieting inconvenient corpses. No cause of death, no timeline, no medical examiner report, just an immediate demand that the public stop asking questions. That alone should set off every alarm, and it did for me. The timeline they didn't want you to notice. Fales has spent the last 18 months systematically acquiring, scanning, and preparing. Free Public released dozens of 18th and 19th century Bibles containing the full Apocrypha, books deliberately stripped from Protestant canons after the Reformation, along with Freemasonic annotations, missing verses, and numerical anomalies that
How
map
was your
to
day?
known occult power structures. He was days away from launching failsbooks.com on private, non-Amazon servers specifically filtered against government IP ranges. In multiple recent videos, he explicitly stated he was in excellent health, not suicidal, and had contingency plans so the archive would survive if something happens to me. Within hours of the death announcement, entire playlist of his Bible and artifact videos began vanishing or becoming region locked. Coincidence or a cleanup operation? Now, the free energy connection they buried with him. Fales wasn't just digitizing old paper, he had documented solid stone artifacts recovered in Central American caves that produced visible light and measurable energy with no battery, no wire, and no conventional power source. Energy, he claimed, was being drawn from ambient magnetic and frequency fields. He repeatedly stated that this technology was how free energy was supposed to work before it was suppressed. The same week, he began talking more openly about these findings. He passed away. History is littered with the same pattern. Tesla's paper seized. Stan Meyer's water fuel car inventor dies after a restaurant meeting. Multiple researchers who publicly demonstrated ambient energy devices suffer sudden heart attacks or accidents. Fales had just added the religious text layer, proving that the same networks that removed books from the Bible also controlled energy narratives. That combination made him radioactive, and the location is not accidental. Costa Rica, which was the place that him and his family had moved to. Remote mountain property, limited medical infrastructure, perfect environment for a death that leaves minimal forensic trail. Foreign nationals who dig too deeply into suppressed history and alternate energy have a disturbingly high mortality rate in certain Latin American corridors, long known as soft landing zones for intelligent linked operations. Now the broader network. This is not one man, this is the same quiet war that has been fought for centuries against anyone who threatens the dual monopoly of controlled religion and controlled energy. The same interests that decided which books stayed in the Bible are the same interests that decided which energy technologies the public is allowed to have. Fales was about to put both sets of receipts online for free. They could not allow that archive to go live. So what happens next? The family has asked the public not to speculate. That is exactly what every controlled narrative demands after an inconvenient death. We will not comply. Download every remaining video, archive every screenshot, mirror the surviving scans. The fact that they moved this fast tells you how dangerous the material was. Joe Fels said information should be free, and they made sure the messenger was not. I really enjoyed watching him and his family's journey because this man was a really good man. See, the second time I met this guy was at an AA meeting I went with to support a friend. And I remember him being so supportive to everyone there. He was genuinely just a really good guy, and
This assassination attempt, however, was actually Trump's global initiation as Shahbaz's loyal bondservant.
What? Oh my. Make me a taco. Make me a taco. Please? Nobody's making me a taco. I'll make you a taco with organic ingredients. No, Amanda, you cannot make me a taco.
I just want a regular chicken.
Nah, Amanda, I don't know. I'm just joking. Never mind, I'm just joking. Have a good night. Have a good night. For real though, what was that joke? What joke? About the chicken? Or wait, what? What do you mean? About the taco? I bet we all like tacos. I like tacos. It's Taco Tuesday next week. That. Oh no. Magikarp's eating me. No, no, Magikarp. No. Don't do it, bro. Don't do it. You got me, bro. You got me. You got me. Bye. Well, time to go to sleep. I hope you've been doing good, everybody that might be watching. Thanks for stopping in. Good morning. Have a good day, Angel. That's all right. Good. Yeah. Good night. I'm gonna get up for a minute. Nice seeing you guys. Earlier in the video, I was reading a book. It was cool. One plus 2 times 3 is 6 divided by 4 is 0.20 plus 5 is 5.20 times 6 is, I don't know, 31. 32 divided by 34 divided by 7 is 1. It was a book. Sup, Sabra? For T-Rich. Book called Becoming Supernatural. Teaches you that if you meditate and consistently a long period of time, like years, you can kind of like start to, there's benefits to meditation and positive thinking. Am I happy? Um, yeah, I'm happy. You're broke, Amanda. You're an actress now. Nice. Super happy. I don't think it. Um, so yeah, try not to limit the the possibilities based off of something you think you know, or you think, yeah. So I Amanda, you better better not spend your money on stupid stuff like me. Um, buy things and sell it for more money, so you can have more money. Let's go. I gotta change the light.
How long does it take for you to go 80 miles?
Wait, 8 hours? I don't know. Yeah, wait. 8 hours? Yeah. The next time you're mad at a woman, just remember, she's probably retarded. It's not her fault.
Okay, so apparently we gotta clear a few things up. Right now, there's an extremely large number of content creators that are blaming Israel for the death of Charlie Kirk, including some Christian content creators. And then you have a whole nother group of content creators who are pointing out the fact that God favors Israel. And they're right, the Bible does say that. However, one major flaw is assuming that the Israel from the Bible and Israel, the state in the Middle East, are one and the same. See, the Israel that we currently know,
Thanks for hiding.
East, it was established in 1948. The Israel in the Bible, that wasn't a place, that wasn't a state.
It's a man named Grebenikov from Russia. Grebenikov was kind of a non-conventional scientist. He was an entomologist, did a lot of work with bugs, entomology. And his favorite thing was to go out into the steppes of Russia.
NP. Did they do? You said you play soccer. Did they do championship? Sabra, when's your how do you like acting? Why don't you come on my live stream? Why don't you act like you wanna be on my video? Bro, don't tell me you don't know what that means. Thanks, Kevin. You got finals this Saturday? Yeah, I know what NP means. It means no problem. Thanks for the hiding. Nice. Shout out to everybody. What up, Kevin? Good. Good luck. You have finals this Saturday. Are you winning? Are you like good at soccer? Probably. You're pretty good at everything, aren't you? Probably will lose. Hey, let me tell you something about losing, man. You're not gonna lose. You're going to win. Team kind of sucks, so you don't want to go, but they always beg me. Yep. With that attitude, you might lose. Nah. Good luck. You're gonna win. Lost all the good players. So what? It's just like a little soccer league. Amanda, why don't you play soccer? Are you fast, Shyla? Like, I'm faster than you, right? I run faster than you. I don't know. You're on 3 teams now. Oh, good. You're decent speed, but I'm definitely faster. Okay. Oh, but you're probably really accurate. Shout out to the chat. Chat it up. Yeah, what's up, Nario? You're probably really, because you made something like this. Like, you're probably just good at moving around with. Moving around. With the ball. I'll quit. I quit. I'm about to go to Twitch or something. I'm about to just quit. I am funny. I am funny. That's why I'm going to Twitch. Nobody thinks I'm funny here. Jeez. What am I gonna stream on Twitch? Probably gonna stream myself sleeping. Have a good day. Try to make you laugh, Amanda. Trying to make you laugh is easy. But first, I'm done. I'm about to just block you. You have a joke for me? Okay. Siri, tell me a joke.
My friend was changing a tire when he dropped the car on his foot. Now he needs a tow.
How does a penguin make his house? He glues it. He glue it together. Yeah, I got a joke for you. How did the taco win an award? Anybody? Anybody want to know? How did the taco win an award? Wait. It's where did the taco put the award? Where did the taco put the award? On his shelf. On the shelf. On his shelf. I just made it up. Who does the taco sit with for lunch? By himself. By itself. You don't like these jokes? Boys, shut up. You don't like these jokes? Why do skeletons go to parties? Because they got no body to go with. Yeah, tell your mom. Why Why do skeletons never fight people? Because they don't have the guts. This one's too funny. This face is so... Ooh, what? Ooh, you. Ooh, you. Ooh, you. Yeah, scramble out of here. You can't handle the filters. You can't handle the filters. Oh, this one about to make you. Ooh, you about to do whatever I say. Ooh, make you click the like button. Click that like button. Double tap. Double tap. You are feeling like skipping this video. You can't handle the filters. This is when the drive-through workers really this is when you meet a good-looking drive-through worker, but you can't stop and talk to them because you're in the drive-through. So you just, ooh, that person was cute. Oh my gosh. Tell a little jokey. I don't have a joke, man. I am the joke. Ta-da. I'm about to show you a joke when I go to sleep live. What are you doing today? Nario. What you doing today? See you guys next time. Shiloh, it's been like 3 years. 3 years. How crazy is 3 years? Dang. See ya, bro. Have a great day. Yeah, Shiloh, what was the first thing you ever said? Jeez. Shout out to you. Thanks for being long term. You said, call me when you got that U-Haul ready. This happened too many times. Do you remember what it was? I forget. I know the RuneScape streams. Maybe it's coming back. Never. You have to go back and watch the old ones. RuneScape, we'll get back on it. Ooh. Not telling. What was it? It's gone now. I think you said something like, you're like, I don't know. Amanda, what was the first thing you said? Jeez, it don't go back that far. Like, Amanda said she's getting coal for Christmas. Wait, it gone? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think it's out. First thing you ever said was, yeah, it. I don't know why it's not showing. Thank goodness. I'm pretty sure you said something like, oh, this guy is such a cool streamer, and I know he's the coolest. You're getting cool this year? No, you're not. I'll get you Robux. Shut up. I'll get you Robux and shut up. Thanks. Appreciate you. But 3 years for real has been like, I can remember. I like remember when you, dang, bro, that's like, oh my gosh, I'm about to have gray hair. Someone wants to marry me? Is it Autumn? Yes, Autumn. Marry you. Now give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. Right here. Right here. Thank you, Autumn. Good night, Shyla. Thanks for stopping in. And thanks for the gifts too. Because you're awesome. Thank you. Peace. And good luck Saturday. Good luck Saturday. Peace. And you too, Nario. Everybody. It's 2 a.m. And I'll be right back. See ya. Good night. It's inside out.